Hello. Happy Thursday. We are not in Pyanodons today. I'm gesturing at my screen like you can see me moving my arms around. We are not in Pyanodons today. We will be back with Pyanodons on Tuesday, but I kind of forgot that 1.0 Shapes was coming out, and I feel like I should play it. So we're going to play it. And then we'll finish up PySci 3 on Tuesday. The joy of Pyanodons is everything takes so long that skipping one day here and there doesn't really slow down our progress dramatically. I'm sorry I had to miss stream yesterday. I'm feeling a little bit better today. I don't know how my voice sounds over the stream, but I'm definitely a little congested still. But yeah, this should be a pretty chill game while I'm not feeling great. The save did reset with Shapes 2 1.0, so I'm gonna redo the tutorial, just one, so that I have the gotta unlock the little card that says I know what I'm doing. But also because I haven't played a ton of this, and like, yes, I vaguely remember how it works, but it'll be nice to run through it again. And then once we're through the tutorial, we'll figure out what we're doing next. Welcome to the Operator Certification Program. Before Vortex Limited lets you anywhere near a real factory, we need to make sure you know what you're doing. Regulations. You understand. You have one job: deliver the requested shapes as efficiently as possible. Prove your skills and you'll earn your operator license, along with access to new technologies. We've provided you with an unlimited amount of buildings to get the job done. Try not to break too many, we still need them for the next participant. Good luck out there. I will not build any spaghetti factories. I feel like I made a joke about that being a lie the last time I played this game. By proceeding, you agree to the Vortex Limited Standard Operator Agreement, including but not limited to all shapes extracted, processed, refined, stacked, cut, rotated, painted, swapped, pinned, crystallized, packaged, launched, caught, transported, or otherwise manipulated within the operational zone are and shall remain the sole property of Vortex Limited. Vortex Limited assumes no liability for shape-related injuries, dimensional instability, conveyor belt entanglement, fluid exposure, train derailment, wire signal conflicts, asteroid drift, platform detachment, or spontaneous vortex formation. The operator waives all claims arising from overtime, unpaid shape deliveries, impossible milestones, unreasonable throughput expectations, or emotional distress caused by off-by-one belt alignment. Oh, I feel so called out. Vortex Limited reserves the right to modify, revoke, or spontaneously combust the operator license at any time without prior notice, reason, or remorse. The operator acknowledges that the Make Anything Machine clause, subsection 971-F, may require dedication beyond what is considered reasonable by most galactic labor standards, and all blueprints created during employment are classified as Vortex Limited intellectual property and may not be reproduced, distributed, admired, or thought about after termination of contract. The phrase, "just one more belt," is not recognized as valid justification for extended shifts under Vortex Limited workplace policy. In the event of total operational failure, the operator agrees to restart from scratch with a positive attitude and minimal complaining. This agreement is binding across all dimensions, timelines, save files, and platform editions. Vortex Limited is not responsible for any addictive properties of shape logistics optimization, and the operator engages in factory construction at their own risk of losing track of time entirely. By clicking continue, you acknowledge that you have not read this. All right, well, I'm lying twice. I will build spaghetti factories, and I have read it. We've set up an individual simulation for you. Can't have you mess up our real factories, not yet anyway. I like the large initial grid looks like Shapes 1, and then you zoom in, and you zoom in, and you zoom in. This is your Vortex platform. It's not much, but you'll unlock more space as you progress. Plenty for now. See that thing in the center? That's your vortex. Deliver shapes to it to complete your certification. Ever wonder where those shapes end up? Manufacture mode has the answers. Yeah, so I kind of want to check out manufacture mode, but I'm also very aware that I didn't like really fully play classic mode ever. So I'm not sure which of those we're going to do once we're through the tutorial. I'll think on it some more. I think if I decide I want to dedicate a bunch of time to this game, we should play classic mode and then manufacture mode. But maybe I could skip classic mode just because I have enough experience with other automation games. If you're watching this on YouTube and have thoughts and feelings about that, you know where the comments are. Okay. And I apologize if you hear me, like, slurping my tea or anything like that. Like I said, I'm still stuffy. Human bodies are gross. We've scattered a few shape asteroids around the platform. Due to recent budget cuts, automatic extraction has been discontinued. You'll need to extract them yourself. Okay. I think we can do that. One last tip. Always make sure error, and you'll be just fine. That's everything. Good luck. Place mini miners. Conveyor belts transport shapes from A to B. Anchors lock the belt to a fixed point, making placement easier. Select. Click. Ooh, look at that. Then we press C to make an anchor, press C again, so we can drag and drop the whole time. Okay. So select, anchor, anchor. Yeah, look at that. It just lets us keep dragging all the way across. I guess we're doing circles now. Deliver 10 circles. All right. Open the codex in the top right. Oh, this is just giving me all my... Yep. I think I set mine to 45 degree snapping. Yeah. Maybe 30 would be better than 45. Although if I have it on 30 instead of 45, I can't actually snap at a 45. Do I want 15 degree snapping? 15 degree snapping seems like basically no snapping. Press 3 half destroyers to cut circles into not full circles. The half destroyer destroys the western half of a shape. Combine it with the rotator, but okay, I know this. This is just shapes 1. We rotate. We cut. We reconnect. There we go. We're making shapes. So, can I see... Yeah. There's some squares to the south. We'll deal with that in a second. If I click on a belt, okay, belts are 120 a minute. These are 40 a minute. Technically, these are 60 a minute. Okay. So if I cared about saving machines, which I don't because they're free in this game, I could spend the belt to merge these 3 back to 1, then split to 2. But that's way less compact, and machines are free. So... why? And then the same thing, we just need... squares hooked right up? Yeah. I'm going to try to memorize the keyboard shortcuts as I go. All right. Anything... I'm just going to flip through these. Area selection. Shift click. Alt click to deselect. Okay, that's useful. Shift right click to delete. All right. Yeah, the toolbar. Mirroring. Mirror with F. Okay. Oh, this was tripping me up the last time I played. I remember this because I kept trying to use H or V because I'm used to Factorio. I did at least change the controls so that H doesn't move the camera anymore. So even if I do hit H instead of F, we won't be jumping around the camera like we were last time. I also did this. I saw this in the settings, this cycle slots control thing. So if I want to go between, instead of hitting 2 and then tab, I can just hit 2 a couple of times to select the different rotator variants. Select an area and press, is that a capital I or a lowercase L? I cannot tell in this font. Serifs were invented for a reason, damn it. C... I should see if Q is a sound to anything else and rebind this to Q. Okay. Belt placement, anchors we did, splitting belts is automatic, merging belts is automatic, ratios I already figured out. Blueprint stuff, yeah. Shapes, the shape inspector. I knew that. Shape codes. All right. Shape previews. Yeah, this is one of the best things about this game, is that it tracks what you're doing before the parts arrive, and you can make sure that you're building the right design. Creating quarters, we figured out. Creating diagonals. With cutters and swappers. Yeah, sure. When shapes are stacked, quarters that are not supported will fall down. Ah, yep, I see. You could see in both of these shapes how that works. I knew that already too. All right. I don't think there's anything else that's jumping out that I don't either remember or couldn't figure out. Deliver 1,000 shapes. All right. Cool. Let's get back to the game. Milestone completed. Unlock. All right, we got the stacker and we got 2 new jobs. Complete jobs to gather research credits or increase your platform capacity. Oh boy, we just unlocked a bunch of stuff. Close. Let's just figure this out. Wants me to do a stacker. Okay. So stacker is number 4. We'll put it down. Oh, whoops. And then E to raise a level. There we go. Yep. So for this thing, we need to deliver circles and... Okay. What's the throughput of one stacker? 20 a minute. All right. Well, you go away. Oh, it really wants me to have it there. Fine. Do it. Right. Shift right click is delete. Thank you, game, for noticing that I did that inefficiently and shaming me for it. I really appreciate that. All right, I think that's right. Unless I got these backwards. Nope, it's circles on the top, squares on the bottom. There's V to hide upper levels. Ah, okay. I think I didn't use that the last time I was playing, so maybe that will be useful. Check jobs. All right. Deliver the listed shapes to the vortex. You'll want research credits. So we need blue doodles on red, or we need circles on yellow. And we have both the blue doodles and the yellow cross. So I think we're basically just building the same thing in a few more varieties. Which way? Sorry, making sure I'm doing this the right way around. The circles go on the top, right? Yes. Here, I'm going to pin both of these. The circles go on the top. Which means that this is in the right order. All right. Now this is saying that it also wants plain yellow crosses and these ones cut in half. Let's do these ones cut in half. Because that's easy. 40 a minute, 120 a minute. So just 3 of them is enough. Done. Plain yellows are easy, and then we'll get the other, the blue doodles on the reds figured out. There's that part, and I just need the blue Oh, I probably could have copied more and copied my extraction of the circles, because it is, like, perfectly mirrored. That's fine. We can drag some belts by hand. Builds character. And the shop, do we have any research credits yet? No. All right, next step is cut these in half. Although... can we afford... Yes. We can afford the cutter. There we go. So now that we have the real cutter, let's... Is this backwards? Oh no, it's just... Oh, it's cutting. Shoot, I copied and pasted the... There we go. I was like, why aren't we getting the thing we're supposed to be getting? All right. So if we use the real cutter instead of the half destroyer, we should be able to get double throughput, right? What's the throughput on these? 30 a minute. So 4 of them is enough. And then half of those join together. There we go. That should be able to run... keep running this part at full speed. And then this wants me to add another layer of reds on top of Okay, we can do that. And then another layer of reds is here. I've lost track of what are my, like, secondary objectives versus primary objectives. Probably doesn't matter. Cool. Those ones are running. Stack and cut is done. And then it wants me to do the same thing again. Oh, and then it's going to want me to merge them. Interesting. Let's, I'm just thinking about how I want to do this. Think. We're going to pull this all down a bit so I have a little bit more room to work. Because, like, each of these sections now, I don't quite have room to do a four-way. Let's move this further that way, then. So yeah, these are going to be the two halves here. One of which is going to come out to, like, here. I need these to be rotated first. That's fine. We could throw some rotators in here. It's only two, right? They're 60 each. They are 60 each. And then these can all make their way up here. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't care about this output at all right now. We will bring that output back, but for now, I'm choosing not to care. This also needs its rotators. Hey, Jonas. Yeah, we're playing ShapeZ today. It was the 1.0 release today, so I felt like it was a good day to do something a little different. All right. I'll deal with the stacking one in a second. Let's figure out the stack and cut, because I think we should be able to... We should be able to do this without any additional rotations if we're feeling clever. Although maybe not. I think the issue right now is that everything's like mixed and matched. So if I wanted to actually merge these, I would need to be smarter about how we're splitting our different halves of things and then merge them together. So... Oof, yeah, this is telling me even here that we have two different halves of things. So that comes all the way back to this part. We need to be more careful about our left and right halves if we want to be able to restack it all correctly. Okay, let's be more careful about our left and right halves then. Because we can do that. So we're going to take these ones first out of here. And... those ones too. So this is still going to be a whole belt's worth of... Right, and that's going to give us... Oh, right, rotation, Brandon, rotation. Come on. There's a key to, like... Oh, there we go. This is showing what shapes they're all going to get moving forward now. Okay. So yeah, so these are all top and bottom halves on the left. If we grab this, we'll get top and bottom halves on the right. We can make it fit. Ooh. Ooh. You know what? Let's put this back here. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So now we just have to swizzle everything. Which is probably easier said than done. I do not need to be this efficient to only collect 125 of these. I'm practicing thinking about how this game works. To be clear, I know that this is way overkill for such a small design. But yeah, we need like the... Do I have the rotate in the other direction? No. Can I buy the rotate in the other direction? Yes. Is this gonna do what I want, though? No, this makes these identical, which is not that helpful. Well, maybe it is. Maybe that's the better way to think about this. Instead of... And it actually doesn't matter which rotator I use, I don't think. Because, like, we can... make these ones all the same. And then we can make... These ones all the same. There we go. And then we don't have to think about how we're dealing with individual ones. I've completely lost track of my throughput, though, for each of these two halves of the system. I have no idea what's what. All right. So we got a belt in. This is still a belt, so we have a belt of each shape. So this is 2 belts of quarters. No, we have 2 belts in total, so this is 4 belts of quarters. So this is going to be 2 belts total of our final product. So if we grab the stackers, that's 12 stackers. But we'll do it in groups. Let's do it in groups. So let's get oh, and some of these are the wrong shape coming through just because they're leftovers from before I sort of figured out what I was doing here. All right, and then same thing here, going up to those ones. Oh, and we got check marks, which I think means that I managed to design these correctly. All right, done. That was atrocious. But it should be able to handle a whole belt of throughput once it actually is running correctly. I think. The problem is that part of the belt is like backed up. I mean, it does seem like we're getting consistent throughput now, so hopefully it's good enough. I mean, we only need 125 of them, so whatever. And that's going to be the last, there we go, the last step in that run. Perfect. And then for the reds and the blues, I think we also want to change what we're doing here, because right now I'm stacking... Well, does it matter, really? If we stack... No, it doesn't matter. It's going to be the same. Okay. And let's bring in another belt of blues. And that is the correct design there. Beautiful. Let's get this running reasonably for our main objective piece to quarter it. That's an easy enough thing to fix. We may as well use cutters, right? Oh, and it says you used to need this, but you don't need them anymore. I like that. I like the graphic indicators in this game for like, hey, you don't need to keep doing this, or yes, you should keep doing it. So the throughput on one of those is 30 a minute. The throughput on a rotator is 60 a minute. Okay. And then each of these... Oh, wait, no. But this takes 30 items in and makes two things at 30 out. Yeah, that's right. And then we take the cutters again. And we need, well, 8 of them in total now. Let's see how many we can fit here. Oh, no! And we're going to need more space than that, too. Because, like, we're going to have to do... Well, not quite there. Oh, we can flip these too, can't we? I'm also, again, trying way too freaking hard to... save shapes and do this as efficiently as possible, and I really don't have to. Where's my... Yeah, that's not really necessarily reusable for this part. Okay. No, I need 4 things that all need to be quartered now. So let's design a proper little quartering machine that can turn a belt of one thing into 4 belts of another thing, and then we're going to paste it in 3 freaking times. That's what we're going to do. And I think when I look at this, this needs 2 cutters, right? So if we flip it and do that, that's a quartering machine. They're not necessarily all going to be aligned the same way. That can be fixed with more rotators. Or by rotating these 2 halves. I guess if I wanted them all aligned the same way. And there's no need to be careful with, like, the rotators, is there? We rotate one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. Right? And then these cut consistently. And then in theory, we'd need to rotate some things at the outputs if I wanted them all actually facing the same way. But this is more compact, and it is providing a more useful output, I think. And it's not tiny, but it's tiny enough for what we need right now. So, like, if we wanted to bring in... Yeah, and we can see here that we absolutely could rotate some of these differently if we so desired. But for here, we don't have to. And this is outputting 4 whole belts, which we literally... Well, we don't need this at all anymore. These ones are done. The problem is that I can't really get 4 belts out of... out of here, like around this corner. Although I can get them up there, so let's do that. I know they take them in any... I appreciate that the game is trying to help me here. I'm practicing for when I need parts. I'm thinking about... Alright, so that's all fine. That works. If we have the space for it, we can drop that anywhere. So we don't need any of this, because we're going to grab this part again. Whoops. And if we run this here, I don't necessarily want to run that there, actually. Can we get you... Ooh. Yeah, I think this will work. That'll get me my quarters of this shape. And then if we paste it one more time... Ah! Knocked my mouse button against my teacup and stopped building what I was trying to build. All right, there we go. Oh, milestone completed. Okay. Oh, we unlocked blueprints here. And then a bunch of stuff that we have to do. We'll figure that out in a minute. I mean, certainly, 1 belt to 4 is a little silly. At least right now. More research points as well. How many research points do I have? Can I see? 2,100. Speed multiplier. Increases the speed of all machines and platforms. Affects both processing and transport speed. Oh, that's nice. This was one of my issues with Alchemy Factory, was like upgrading belt tiers versus upgrading machine tiers. All right, with 2,100 credits... what do we want? I think we want the swapper. I think we want the rotator. We'll claim our milestone as well. Okay. So is this the point where we're kind of starting over, right? How do I select an area and press Control-C to copy it? Sure. Save to Blueprint Library with Control-S. Okay, so if I wanted to... save you... as quarterer. Okay, I saved a blueprint. I got an achievement for that. I'll take that. Is this shape literally just replacing the inputs to this system with these instead of the stacked ones? I think it is. Okay. Well, they need to be halved, so it would be here. Hey, it is. Cool. And I only need 60 of those, so they'll go fast once they catch up through the system. I know there's a shortcut to... technologies. Isn't there like a clear belts shortcut or something? Clear contents. I don't know if that's an I or an L. But if we do like this, it's an I. Okay. Ooh. A little bit of lag there. Oh, and there's still some stuff trapped in there that's the wrong type of object, but... anyway, that is going to output the right thing eventually, so that's fine. And then we need to do blue quarters, so that's just, I mean, another one of these things, right? And do we have... okay, we do have new optional jobs. Oh, this needs, like, the... isn't there a thing with overhangs or something? I'll need to double check that in the manual. All right. Yeah, and then these need to be stacked, and that is... I think just some rotation. Let's, clear this one. And let's figure out... well, no, this is really... I mean, this is just this again, right? As much as this is kind of messy. I bet I can do this better. Let's work on doing that better. So we've got left. Okay, everything's a left-hand piece. So if we just rotate every other piece, that's a 180. What's the throughput on a stacker? 20 a minute. And the throughput on one of these is 30 a minute. Okay. So 2 of these to 3 stackers. That's a mildly annoying ratio, but sure. I guess that's 2 of those to 3 stackers. 3 stackers. 3 stackers. And this is in a bad place to be able to feed the vortex. We'll think about that in a minute. Are we not consistently rotating all of our shapes in the right direction? Why does this think that it's going to get multiple things? Oh. Oh, because these are mirrored. Of course. I'm an idiot. This is all wrong. So this one needs to be mirrored. And then there we go. That's what we need. Beautiful. So let's clear all of that. Can I do this a little? I could do this slightly more compactly, couldn't I? If we take this... No, we can't. That's about as good as it gets. All right, and this whole thing needs to be shifted over just a little bit. Actually, let's put you right here. And let's grab... There we go. That way we're not blocking too much of our outputs here. Or our inputs, for that matter. Cool. That's an okay design. So now I need to take... We've got 2 of these sets of stackers here that are making these pieces, and we need those to go up on top of reds. All right, I'm going to have to route the reds over, which is going to be mildly annoying, but otherwise, I think this is going to be fine. But, like, all of these could feed 1-to-1, right, to another stacker. If we just do this... I guess it would have to go forward 1 because we need room for stuff underneath. Although the issue with that is I can't get 2 belts of reds through. Well, I mean, we just go forward 1 more, right? Then we have room for a belt in the front and then another belt to zigzag around. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. As always, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run the ad break. And when we come back, we'll keep working on finishing up the tutorial here. I'm just getting way into this. I'm having too much fun. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Welcome back, folks. I appreciate everyone waiting around through the break. So we are just working our way through... Oh, I should pin these. This is my next main objective, huh? I should probably be working on the overhangs and missing quarter ones instead. Well, I'm just about done with this. And presumably we have more to do after this in this layout. Oh yeah, it just wants us to stack them afterwards. Okay. Well, let's get this done, and then we'll figure out what's going on with other stuff. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of this. Or this. Everything to do with red is currently offline, I think. Yeah. Cool. Let's grab our last red mine here and just get that set up. And then we need 2 belts of reds over here. We are going to need some circles with reds here. So let's leave space for those to work. I'm just looking at the milestones and the jobs and contemplating where I want to try to route. Where I want to try to route the reds that we need for these other tasks. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's just go up to the second level early with them, and then we will... We'll figure out the other ones later. Hey, ranged. All right. That piece should be good once it gets everything delivered that it needs. These need... I mean, ultimately, okay, we are going to need these blue pieces to stack with this for the final step here. So, I don't want to take that apart. We're going to leave that one. So we're going to work on the missing a quarter milestone differently. Those are words. But I think for now, we'll just take... We'll just take 1 belt in here, which is going to give us 4 belts out, or 2 belts out, sorry. 4. I'm thinking ahead. 2 belts out of those pieces, and that'll be fine. And we can do the same thing for the reds. And I did just do the thing, and I'm glad I changed the keyboard shortcut, because I just hit H. I knew I would. At least once. Alright, that one's done. Now we need to convert them into these. This is where it gets cool. We're gonna do... We put... That is not what I wanted. If we put 180-degree rotators on every one of these, then we will have 2 full belts of bottom halves. And then if we take that, put it down here, move the rotators to the other half, and then put in half destroyers, 40 a minute throughput, 30 a minute. Okay, yeah. Do I want... You know what? It's fine. We will do the half destroyers. I keep trying to be frugal with buildings, and there's just no reason to be in this game. Oh, this needs to be done a little bit differently. These need to be like opposite direction 90-degree rotators instead of... Okay. And that's a bottom quarter, which means I actually want these ones rotated that way. Okay. That's looking right. That's looking like progress. So now I just need to stack these, which is going to be a dozen stackers. Okay. Yeah, that should work fine. Except I did something wrong. Yeah, that's what we wanted. All right, I want to check the codex on... Here we go, overhangs. Quarters that are connected to supported quarters will stay... Okay, so as long as I build them out of halves, they'll stay connected and it'll work. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. Yeah. So like this, we now just need to flip half of these and then merge them. So if we grab our 180 flipper, and stack them all, and grab Is that our shape? That's our shape. I'm getting the hang of this. And then on the other one, okay, so first it wants me to build it where they fall, and then build it where they overhang. I can do that. We also need to work on our final shape here, which I think is just stacking these on top of these. I can actually do that. Maybe I should do that one right now, just so it's running, and then we'll work on the last optional one. How many points do I have, by the way? I don't think I necessarily want, looking at the shop right now, anything. So we'll just hold off. Yeah, let's get these ones stacking, and then I'll work on the red halves and the... You know what? No, let's do this first. Let's do this first. So let's get a stack of... Let's get all these running in the same direction. So that's 2 belts of... That's 2 belts of red halves. And then over here, we need the same thing, but it needs to be gray circles. Which, something like that. So the circles are currently top halves, and the reds are currently... Oh god, is this relative to something? I might need to actually pull these next to each other so I can see what the heck I'm working with as far as merging these together. All right, so yeah, these need to be the opposite way. That's fine, we can do that. Whoops. And that is the shape we want. Cool. Done. Done. And then all we'll have to do, I think, for the last step of this one is change this to, like, rotate 90 degrees instead of 180 degrees, and it should just work. All right, this one now. Let's get these guys going. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's just a bunch of stackers hooked up to some belts. Okay, this one's done. And I think we can do the last phase of this by just replacing these with rotators like that. There we go. Yep. And then we got a couple more, well, one more milestone after this, which is the space platform stuff. And then we'll have our operator license. Space platforms, basic platforms, 1x1 and 1x2. Platform capacity of 250, okay. Enter space view by zooming out. Oh yeah, I zoom in enough, and then I zoom out and it changes. It's unfortunate that the keyboard shortcuts are different. Like, mining is 5 here and 3 here. Connect 3 miner boosters to an asteroid miner to unlock additional extraction spots. Use space belts to connect platforms. They work like regular belts with support for anchors and lifts across multiple levels. Each space belt has 4 lanes. Okay. All right, wants me to place another platform. I guess I can do it anywhere. There's fine. Gives me a little bit of space to work there. Sure. So here we need, and this is probably something that I should think about just blueprinting, right? Is like standard extraction. But yeah, these are only bringing in on 1 level, and we could theoretically be pushing out to these belts on levels 2 and 3 as well. Although not from 1 miner, I guess. And right now, this just wants me to be delivering these. So we come right across with it. And do I clear this out at this point? I think we do. Let's look ahead here. What are we going to need to do? Oh, we just stack these with a couple of different things. That's it. All right. Yeah, and we really don't need to be bringing in 4 belts worth here. This is so much stuff. Let's clear off the platform then. And we will prep for our stacking. So if I feel like being a little silly with this, and like I do want to go all the way with it, we certainly can, right? You know what? Let's do this a little bit differently. Let's take each of these. Up on this level. That's way cleaner. It's also backwards, because I'm an idiot, but okay. Besides building the whole thing backwards, it's fine. Yeah, we're not immediately fixing that art. This is going to be faster to rebuild than to... I was not paying attention to which shape was on the top. The only issue here is... Oh, you know what? We're going to have to do another level of stacking, though, aren't we? Yeah. So that's fine. We'll route these around this way. Because we're going to have to stack the blues on top eventually anyway. There we go. Now these should make the right shape. We did everything optional. I mean, we have some stuff we could unlock, but... This is absolutely overkill for the tutorial. I'm just having fun with it. I need 60 of these. We're going to make 60 in about 10 seconds. You know, well, 7.5 seconds. Once they start flowing at full speed. Oh yeah, we're still in the tutorial. And I'm way overbuilding, so it's taking way longer to get through the tutorial than it should. Because that's just how it is sometimes. Alright, last shape. Having just said I'm way overbuilding, guess what? We're still way overbuilding. Yeah, this is the last shape for the tutorial. And I'm being extra about it. No, not V, F. Besides the fact that, oh no, I should be able to get everything out of there. That'll be fine. I was worried I was going to have an issue, but I think we will snake all this through. Ooh, maybe not quite. There we go. Absolute overkill. There we go. Quota complete. Operator license claimed. Now the question is, do we play regular mode or do we jump right into hard mode? Let's just do regular. Let's keep it chill. Okay. Let's check out the jobs tab. We have lots of options. Okay, I do get to keep all my research credits. That's nice. Bent stacker we're gonna want. Let's take that. Long platforms, maybe. Certainly bent stackers are a good place to start, though. Platform capacity. Is that literally 1,000 platforms that gives me? All right, what are we looking at here? Halves and then full circles. Sure. But we're not getting... Yeah, when we look at our options for our inputs, some of those oddities start to make more sense, don't they? All right. Oh, not zoomed in enough. There we go. Okay. So I want to be looking at sort of both parts of this and trying to figure out where we can... If we cut these in half, these 3/4 red, 1/4 gray, we can get our reds for the main milestone and also these ones for the gray with red. We're going to need other parts for gray with red too, but like we can get those going. Ooh. And you know what? Let's start with that. Let's start with that. And then maybe we look at blue squares, or we look at these guys to start thinking about the mushroom in jobs here. But let's start with this. Let's start with just getting some miners going. And then we're gonna... Let's go right to a platform here for now. And we'll slice these right on their platform before we send them on a space belt. Because we want both of these outputs. Yeah. Yeah, I like that plan. And this is where I want to start making some blueprints, because we're going to be doing this a lot. You know, do we even need another platform to do this, or do we think we can do it here? Just like on site. Let's see if we can just make this happen like on site. So cutters, each of these outputs 30 a minute. These work at 30 a minute. All right. So we just have to see if we have enough space. And then we have to be able to get all the belts out. This is going to be snug. Maybe we do just make another platform. Yeah, let's just do it. Space is free. I mean, not totally free, but free enough that I don't need to make my life more difficult. Oh, wait, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's only 7 across. You know what? That's fine. Let's do this a little bit differently than I was thinking, but less badly. 2, 3. So yeah, it goes all the way out to there. So we need some room to route belts around. Because, like, that. And then we actually need to go up one more. This might need to be a long platform. Shoot. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. We can make this work. We can make this work, Brandon. We're changing our minds again, but we're gonna... So that's one belt of each output there. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to make this work without making this a double-sized platform. Darn it. I was really hoping I could figure out the routing, but no. I think this has to be a double-sized platform. All right. Let's try this again. So if we have cutters, 4 there. That comes right in like that. One of our halves we can take right out. And the other half goes up like that. And then that whole thing gets duplicated. And then all of that gets duplicated again. Yeah, that works. That's relatively clean. And then we just bring our outputs up. Now we can grab a space belt. Space belt. And right in here. And all of these just get routed right in. Cool. That took a little bit longer than it should have, but like, this is a module that we can reuse now, right? For taking in a belt of something and spitting out 2 belts of its halves. All right, what else are we looking at job-wise? We've got this, like, rotated stacking one, which maybe plays nice with getting a blue square. Because we have these ones, and I'm thinking we can potentially... make something work there. So, you know what? I'm going to grab everything right here. And we're going to drop this right here. Except... yeah, one of these we then need to chop the other half off of. So this one's going to be a little bit different. Doesn't really matter which. I guess I should do the bottom rows because they're a little bit easier to work with. So if we pull the bottom ones out. Each of these is what? 30 a minute, and a regular half destroyer is 40 a minute. That's... well, that's fine, right? Because we just drop in... oh, the problem is these need to be rotated first. That's fine. 90-degree rotation. And then half destroyer. And then we get squares. Beautiful. So bottom half is just the squares, and this is the mixed. Okay. So same deal. Okay. And now we need to stack this part with gray half circles, which we have here, honestly. We could very much just do it on site in the center, although doing stuff on site in the center obviously doesn't scale. We also need to combine the, like, half reds. I mean, that's fine. I think we just... do we just increase this factory some more? We add a new platform, we do another step. Maybe we do better than that. I think we're gonna split. Oh, do we split it? Yeah, let's split it. I got an idea. So if we split this and we send one of these one way, and that has to be combined with something. Yeah, we can get circles from here. That'll be fine. Or half circles from there. And then the other half will go this way. So I think we can do just a 1x1 section here. If we're coming in here and we say... 1 second. We got to reroute this just a little bit. We need these to kind of come up this way. Because what I'm gonna do is... And we're gonna have to do the same thing on the bottom floor here. What I want to do is we're gonna have the return from the right platform come back on the top, and the return from the bottom platform come back on the bottom, and then the space belt can actually just stay exactly where it was. So ultimately we're gonna have these returns. Ooh, which are snug, but that's okay. We'll make it happen. And then same thing on the bottom floor here. Except we don't have the actual return path yet. Well, here, let's put the platform down. All right. So on this platform, all we're doing is we're taking 2 of the belts of red halves and mirroring them, and then, or rotating them 180 degrees. And we only need 2 of these to run a whole belt. So something like that. And then I don't know if the bent stackers are gonna... Honestly, I think the regular stackers are fine for our purposes here. We do that, then our output comes up here, hooks up there. This input comes to here. And yes, we do only have now 1 belt coming through, which is unfortunate. But I think if I wanted to get another pair of belts of these coming up into this side of this, I could do that without too much effort. If we decide we need more throughput. If it's tedious waiting for these to be done, then we'll figure out something to do with them. But for now, on this side, we're bringing in these red and gray circles, and they need to be stacked with halves from here. So yeah, the halves from here are going to the right place. The bottoms need to be trashed, though. I'm gonna redo this platform. We're gonna make a new platform design, because we're gonna use half destroyers here. And that is the wrong half. Okay. That means that we need rotators and then half destroyers. That's fine. Oh, you know what? This also could be a smaller platform. Let's make this a smaller platform. These are just smaller machines, right? So... Okay. Rotate. Destroy. Leave. And then same thing again. And then here... All right, these are bottom halves. Ooh. What's the evolution of this piece? It stays the same, and then it gets some new stuff added to it. Okay, these are bottom halves. I want them to be top halves. So we're actually going to add one more rotation. And we're going to do it at this point. Because now they'll stack correctly. Over here, where we need to fit 4 sets of stackers and then get all of our returns back. And this might be a good place for these, because we only need 4 of these for one. Except that's not great, is it? I mean, this should work, right? We should be able to, route all of these the way we want to. Well, maybe not. Maybe the right angle ones are not the right choice here. Because, like, I mean, we can do... something like this. With our out, well... one further apart on the outputs. Oh, it's at break o'clock again. Sorry, that snuck up on me. I'm very deep in thought here. As always, I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we're back, we'll finish this up. And then figure out what the part after that is, because there is no rest. I will see everyone very shortly. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Welcome back, folks. All right, we are in the process of... Right now, I'm working on... Why are we... Oh, we're stopped because we're not dealing with half of one of our parts. That's why. As soon as we have this hooked up, it'll start running again. That was wrong. Okay, and then on the top floor, same deal. Oh, except this is all totally backwards. All right, that's fine. I just have to delete it all and start over. Getting my stackers backwards is just part of my life. You know what? No, this will be easier if we just... So we need each of these belts coming in on this side to immediately go up. I mean, the other option is I could do it at this end, but I have space at this platform, so why mess with it? And then these ones need to come in with enough space for our outputs to get out. So we're going to come over like this and then drop. Yeah, I can do some basic rotation and mirroring, but that doesn't help with... I probably could have mirrored it once I had readjusted my layering for top and bottom and repasted it here. Probably. All right, there's that much of that. Although the problem here is now we have to deal with our outputs. And I think I see how I'm going to do that. We're going to keep this one on the second floor for just a little bit longer. And if we do that, then we can take this here, take this one here. On this floor, we bring in this, we bring in that, and then all of this, we copy, we flip, we paste. And we're bringing out the thing we want now? Yes. Yes, we are. Cool. And that should also get these ones running again. Yeah, now that this side is unblocked, these ones are running again, so that'll get the red circles going. Now up here, we have some other shenanigans to work on. Do I want to try to get more red circles? Maybe. Because, like, we can do that. And of course, we are not doing the right things with the right halves here. Sure, that works. So all of these are now, yeah, these are halves. And if those are bottom halves and these are, wait, these are not all the same halves. Or they are all the same halves, and yeah, there's just old ones coming through. Okay, let's I think this can change to now. Because if we've got two belts of this coming in, these ones are top halves and these ones are bottom halves, then we just need to stack them. We don't need any rotators anymore. That was wrong. And then it we'll do these ones down here. Like that. And then on this side, like that. And that should increase the number of red circles that we're pulling through to a full 4 belts or a full 1 space belt. All right, the next thing it wants us to do is merge that with gray squares. We'll think about that in a minute. We also need to be looking at blue squares. I feel like I want to do the same thing here that I did, like, here, where I split the routing left and right, so I could do different things with the two halves. Let's see, we've got two different variants of half. No, I need a machine that makes quarters, and I don't have something that just straight mines quarters yet. So we're gonna And then oh, except these are all the same quarter, aren't they? Let's think about that for a second. I need an extra 90-degree rotation. Or I need to do something a little bit different. What am I doing with these ones right now? I'm like... Okay, I'm cutting these in half, and then I'm destroying halves. And I think that's not what I want to be doing. I think I want to change this so it's preserving both halves. And then... for the main milestone path, we'll just do a totally separate one that makes stacks of quarters. But at any rate, some of these just need to be rotated. All right, so that's all bottom halves. Can I manage to make this all... Cool. We'll work on that later. Can I manage to make this all top halves? Probably not easily. I think I need... If I rotate these in the other direction... No, we end up with all grays. Okay. So we do need all this. It's just that we need to rotate differently. Hey, that looks approximately like what I want. All right, so we've got top halves and bottom halves. And we're gonna do all of that twice. And then we do all of that again. Like... something like that, and we're gonna do some adjustment. But now we can take... bottom halves, bottom halves, top halves, top halves, or the other way around. Top halves here, bottom halves here. And then if we take that... You know what? I'm just thinking about the conveyor lanes and how stuff is going to get merged with the other half of this. So, like... We're doing this, right? Which means that we need our bottom halves on the left lanes and our, on the left lanes from this one. So the bottom halves here. Go in there. And here. And then these go here and here. And that's not telling me what all of my lanes are, but as we see pieces arrive, we should be able to see all the lanes start to fill up with identical pieces. Give or take the one-offs that are just still wrong. Cool. That all looks correct to me. So I think we've got a lane of top pieces and a lane of bottom pieces here. Which means that here we no longer need to be making these quarters because we're not merging the quarters anymore. And that means that I think we need to change this whole thing. Okay. So here we've got... These are... We rotate... These are chiral, aren't they? So, like, we do have A halves and B halves, and we need to be able to merge the A halves with the with A halves, and B halves with B halves. If that makes sense. So how do I want to do this? Do I want this part? Because this will get me A halves on one set of belt and B halves on another set of belts. Yes. Let's just reclaim this. It's somewhat annoying that you can't zoom out when you have something like this on your cursor. I know I could save it as a blueprint and then restore it. Okay, so yeah, now the top lanes have halves that are the same and the bottom lanes have halves that are the same. Okay. I think we can work with that. And then these, actually, let's change how we're doing that. Let's feed this into, because it's only 2 rotators, right? So we can do this. Just finished Potten plumbing for advanced solar panels. Ooh. Congratulations. That is an achievement for sure. Is this right? No, it's backwards. We could fix backwards. Cool. That is what we need. So now we just have to do it again. So we rotate. And then these are the pieces that go on top. Okay. So if we grab this here. Okay. This is working. Figured it would be better to have it on the roof and reuse some of the steam to make distilled water so the solar boilers won't calcify and never worry about if it... So that was basically my plan to do with my steam boiler or my solar boilers when I get around to investing in that, is doing exactly that. It's just that, you know, there's always something else to work on, right? So I never got around to it. But it would be good to have a little bit more clean power that doesn't rely on, like, coal as backup fuel in my base. Cool. There's that piece. And then we've got our top and bottom halves here, which... For now, am I just going to route in? I think the answer is yes. That's what we do for now. I definitely recommend playing with pollution turned off. I have pollution turned on because... honestly, I don't know why. It's a terrible idea. All right, we got some stuff going on here. We're going to have... yeah, these half blues coming through here. And we will merge the half blues somewhere up here. We'll put in a new platform and we'll split out the red circles and these stacked reds. And then we'll be able to merge the half blues there. For now, I might need a trash can. Do I have the trash can unlocked? Surely I must have by now grabbed the... no. There it is. Because I think I might need to trash my red circles here while we separate out the other parts. Because I need to combine the red and gray stacks with stuff coming from this. which is, I believe, just going to be a U. Yeah, well, so these are top halves coming out of there. And what do I have coming out on the red and grays? The red and grays are also top halves. So no, I want these to be bottom halves on these pieces. So does that mean that we just get rid of these extra rotators and make them... I think that is exactly what that means. There's also a totally unnecessary 180-degree rotation on the way in here because these used to be different pieces. That's fine. And then what we do is we break the belt here. Send our circles across. I guess we don't have to delete the circles if we just keep dumping them in Vortex, right? So that's fine. And now we just have to do 4 lanes of stackers again, which we've done several times. Do I have those in a form where I can reasonably copy and paste them where I want them, though? Is one of the questions. Because, like, these come in from opposite directions. These ones also come in from well, that's what I want, right? They come in from opposite directions and then they go out. I mean, this would work. Except everything's on the wrong levels. Let's just grab this. Oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. My bad. I forgot. We have our inputs coming in there too that I have to route. Which means these ones have to route to the top so that these guys can come up here. Oh, that's just wrong. Okay. Oh, and that's also just wrong. Well, it's not wrong, it's just ugly. And did I not make sure those were bottom halves? What am I doing? Oh, no. Okay, there are some top halves working their way through the system still because I didn't clear the belts. But these are going to be bottom halves when all is said and done. And yeah, we can see the right piece coming through now that we've flushed out the wrong pieces. Okay, and then we just have to stack another blue on top and then another blue on top. I wish I could skip this intermediate one, because I could easily build this one right now by just stacking our 2 doubles on top of each other. Although I guess they're chiral, right? So no, I can't. I can't just stack the 2 halves of them on top of each other. we're done with blue halves as well, right? So blue halves are going to come somewhere around here. These guys can come right through. And then we've got top and bottom blue halves coming right in. So those all need to be stacked. And then honestly, just immediately stacked again, right? So... like, that's what we want. And then these all go dead across. And the circles come on top. And that's fine. Except that... we gotta figure out how we're routing our outputs from here. This is dangerously close to working, and I think this will work. I just need to adjust the positions of some things. Because we probably need to do this in, like, 2 columns. So if we grab this whole thing here... do it twice, and then do it twice more, and then hope we can route all these belts. And we need room here. Oh, those are in the wrong. So that's... let's do that. And do that. That is progress. I still haven't figured out how I'm going to route all these outputs. That's a different problem. I think we can do this. It's going to be a little funky, but we'll make it work. So all those connect there. And then this last one can come up. Ooh. Come up here. Go up. Come down. Look at that. Hey, Dog of Chaos. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that one's done. Okay, good. Oh, this last one's going to be annoying because I'm going to have to reroute a bunch of stuff to make that happen. I haven't even started looking at the mushroom one yet. Or colorful star. It was a little bit crashy for you. I have never had any crashing issues, I don't think. But also, you know, it was early access until today. So might be worth giving it a try again if you enjoyed it. What do I want to work on? I think I want to work on 1.0 was today. Yep. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, and this is a little silly, but if I grab this like this, and then we bypass the last set of stackers, right? So like this whole part that stacks everything up, if we skip that, we delete everything from like here. And we only pull out the bottom set of shapes. I believe we have both. Maybe not. Wait, what did I do? Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's not the bottom set of shapes for everything. We want one set of tops and one set of bottoms. Yeah, I was commenting on that at the start of the stream, that is such a useful thing. Wait, are these actually different? Are these different left and right hand pieces, or are they actually all the same? I think they're actually all the same. It's just a matter of how you can rotate them into position. Yeah, I think if I put 180-degree rotators on here, then everything coming out of here would be the same. Yes. And let's just do that so that everything coming out of here is the same. What's the pinout of the secondary milestone? I'm not sure what you mean. This one? It is the same thing, just stacked and stacked and stacked is all that it is. All right. So now what I need is I need 4 belts of just top halves, which I am going to achieve with these and these. And those ones need all right, so these are all top halves with blue on the left. These are all stacked such that they want a top half with a blue on the left. So I think what we do now is we cut this here. We drop in a new module here. I think treating each thing as a module is like the only way to maintain your sanity when you're playing this. I'm going to use a big platform. I don't necessarily need to, but it's just going to be a little bit easier. So what I'm hoping, if I've done this right, when this upgrades from being 3 high to 4 high, what I want to be able to do is convert this platform into being identical to this platform, apply the necessary rotations on the way in here, and then just keep stacking. So hopefully I have designed this all in the way that I can do that. Oh, nope, these ones need to be on top. These ones need, well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's the same everywhere, right? Whether you stack the double on the triple or the triple on the double, shouldn't matter. Well, that's obviously wrong, so we do need... Oh no, these do need to be rotated differently if we're going to stack them in this orientation. Okay, never mind. Let's... Oh, but it's easier to get everything out if this one coming in is the upper one. That's fine. We can rotate this stuff on the way in. So these come in what way? There. Which means these all need to be rotated clockwise 90 degrees. And now if I grab that, that's the part we want. Okay, beautiful. So that one should be fine to start running. No, it's not right. Why is it not right? Am I doing something weird? Oh, we might have just had some that were... Okay, no. We just had some that still had the wrong pieces in the belts because I didn't clear the belts out. It's fine. They are... It looks like we're getting the right ones after things clear out. Cool. Oh, the only issue is, of course, I need to be dumping these ones into trash cans. Actually, I don't. Never mind. Because I pulled those ones from the same halves. So these ones don't really matter. Okay. Cool. I'm fine with that. Because these are all from the same mine. Also needed to download Linux Runtime 4.0. Oh, almost certainly. And probably a new version of Proton, and... Oh, these are... Of course, these are throughput limited, because I'm an idiot. There we go. That should fix our fix our bottleneck. Yeah, and then once we're through with this triple layer, as I was saying, we should be able to copy and paste the top half of this module over to this module. So this will both split out 2 double stacks, and then we just rotate them correctly, and we send out the quad. The other one that we have to work on right now is this, which needs semicircles to join the semi-squares before they're stacked on here. You run Debian? Oh, gaming on Debian is a hot take. I guess if you have older hardware, it's probably fine. Okay, so I need to merge squares with semicircles here, and I want these to be inverted semicircles. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. So these will be bottom semicircles. And then... those come up here. To this platform. Oof. Yeah. That's the kind of shenanigans that I don't need in my life. The question is, do I have enough space here to route all of the belts that I need to route? And I think the answer is yes, just barely. Because you can do 90-degree... Well, this is not my prettiest belt routing. Ooh. But it's getting us our bottom half circle on square grays, which we merge with our top half mixed gray and reds. All right. So as I was saying about the blues, if we come back to this side of the world, I believe what we can do is copy this, paste it, clear the belts. All right, and we do have to fix a rotation issue here, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. Oh god, stop, stop, stop. Do these just need to become a 180-degree rotation instead of a 90? That might just be all it is. Are you showing the right thing now? Yes, you are. Okay, it's going to take a minute for everything to flush through and start actually making the right shapes there. Same with these ones, right? We're still waiting on... I mean, Bluetooth audio on Linux has been broken for as long as Bluetooth audio has existed. Unfortunately, that is the reality. I like the cross jumping shapes. I'm very happy with the decision to do that. Yeah, that is still the case, much more than I would like to admit. I don't know what the question marks on the jumps mean. I was just wondering that. That's why I was looking at them for so long. Do I have anywhere else where I have, like, platforms jumping platforms? Oh! It's directions. It's because it doesn't know... It's because I have them going in both directions. Here, they're, like, definitely exporting on both layers. On that one layer's importing and one layer's exporting, so it can't show it. Interesting. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I'm going to get a little bit more water. As always, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-rolls off. So once I hydrate, we will continue with this. I recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate and stretch your legs. And we'll keep going in just a few minutes. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, there we go. I forgot to pause this when I stepped away, so we just dumped a bunch of shapes in while I was gone. That's fine. All right, and now this gets more annoying because we have to actually, like, shuffle things around on this one. I should do it because it's the capstone and it's 800 research points. But it's also annoying. Speaking of, what should we be using our research points on? I haven't wanted overflow splitters yet. We have other platform shapes. These seem useful in, like, the general case. At some point, we'll get into wires and logics and machine stuff. But we're not building machines that are trying to do different... What am I trying to say? I am not worrying yet about building generic factories, and I think the circuit stuff is more useful for generic factories. Probably also overflow splitters would be. We can grab the vortex input capacity. All right, that was the end of this milestone to unlock fluids and painting. The question I guess I have for myself is, do I want to try to do these other ones without painting? Do they get easier with painting? Let's work on gray with red here and get this done at least. And maybe we'll start on mushroom. Mushroom doesn't look so bad. Because, like... I think we can start with this piece and grab some semicircles, and... Getting squares from here would be maybe a pain, but... There are 2 levels of space belts, so, like, we can... get squares over here if we need to. So yeah, let's start with mushroom. Mushroom is just half of one of these. Which is basically this. No, this is doing weird stuff, because this, like, takes quarters and turns them into halves. This makes halves and then stacks them. Do I have anything that just makes halves anymore? Surely this. There we go. All right, we're not going to get the right halves out of this because we're rotating the wrong things. This destroys the right half. So we want... Oh no, that's it. Sorry, I'm just going to redo this. I tried to save time by copying and pasting, and I don't think that it really helped. Now we got to get this out of here. And we got the right piece. Beautiful. Let's pin that. Let's pin this one too. Colorful star, we might... Well, we do have these here. That's the piece that we need. And then we combine it with a quarter. Well, a quarter and then a half. So we'll think about that. And then stacking some other stuff on top. I mean, we could grab all these pieces and work through this process pretty easily. Let's do it. Let's just grab this. Well, we'll grab this. So we've got a top half machine here. This is going to be a bottom half machine, which means that we do need to move a bunch of stuff. Because we need to flip. And then cut. And then, what do we think? I think I'm going to take, for now... Oh, I might regret this. No, let's do it on this platform. We're going to take this out on the upper layer. And that way, when we grab this belt, we merge these together, we're on two different layers. And when we're feeding it in here, we have both shapes coming in. All right, next, we need to combine this with halves from here. Is this machine going to give me the right halve? I think it is. I think if we take this... Yeah, this gives me circles on the left. And this is outputting stars also on the left. Oh, so I need these flipped a second time. Does that mean that I just need this? Is this what I need? Circles on the right. Beautiful. And then, do I have a good, like, stacker unit that I can... Yeah, we can take this. And that is our correct output. Beautiful. And this should still be on the bottom layer, so it can merge with those. And if we double check in here, yes. We need to work on... I guess we need to take this out And we need a what? We need a right half machine. And then we need to rotate that to be top halves. And then we need to replace our input here with that. Okay. Where's our right half machine? This is a right half machine. This might not actually be as awful to do as I thought it was going to be. Yes. So those are on... the bottom. White and red there. And they need to be on the top. So we need to flip them. Oh, that's just the flipped right half machine. That's this piece? Red and white, yeah. Is that the same as what's coming up here? Red and white, yes. So if we take this through here... Do we have our correct outputs now? Like, being routed? If I zoom in, is this right? Hey, it is. Cool. That was not as hard to swap out as I thought it was going to be. All right, so these now need to merge with basically this, but chopped in half. So let's grab that. Let's disconnect this belt. We're going to change that. Think we want... I don't remember if I have a quartering machine or not, so we're just going to remake it. Okay. So we've got a top right of that piece. Down here we've got... Okay, so arguably that should be rotated another 90 degrees. Do we have space to do that in this platform? Yes. Okay. And then let's grab our 90-degree stacker somewhere. I've got one. The output of this needs to be changed because it's going to need to go up to the second layer. But down here, we'll go back to the first layer. Cool. There's the part. And then when we no longer need this to make quarters for the next stage of this, we can easily swap it to make a half, and then we'll merge them together. But for now, there is that piece. All right, mushroom here now needs... another layer stacked on top of it. And if we grab this... we're really starting to be able to reuse modules here, which I love. All right, so these are left-handed pieces. And then on this side, that means that we want to take these and rotate them in the other direction after the output. These are all bottoms. These are all... what? How did I achieve... oh, these are 180 rotations. Okay. No. So we don't replace these with... we do this. So those are all left hands. Those are all right hands. Okay. And then if we zoom out to the space level, boom, we got circles. And now we take our circles and we join them up with the mushroom bottoms. And I think that's all we need for the mushrooms to be correct. If we zoom in up here, do we see we've got the new mushroom design coming through somewhere? Does not say that anywhere. All right, something's wrong then. Where am I even building this? I've lost it. Here. Oh. Well, no. So this is the right piece coming through here. Oh, my top and bottom are swizzled. Okay, that's the problem. We can fix that, question mark. We flip this. There we go. I probably need like a left-handed variant of this machine so that I don't need this funky little loop-de-doo, but that is work. All right, this is, I mean, going reasonably well, they say. Yeah, the bigger platforms would all be really nice to unlock. But also, like, our milestones are going to unlock a lot of... Ah, the pin pusher. Okay, this is what I was thinking about when I was looking at the layered shapes with the overhangs. Like, I thought there was a thing to manage overhangs and shapes, and there is. Milestone completed. All right. Next one. Yeah, so here... No, not that one. This one. Where we're currently pushing out bottom half singles. We want full bottom halves. That's wrong. That works. We could, okay, so we just replace the cutters with rotators? Is that the... No, that's too many rotations now. What am I doing? Let's just do this correctly. What a concept that is. So this should now be... Ooh, cool, that one's done. We should, if we come up to the vortex here, we should be looking at 2 good shapes coming in. Yes, and they happen to be coming in on the same side, but that's okay. I guess we could claim the milestone and start working on the next pieces. But, like, we're pretty close to... Well, I say pretty close. Let's start doing some prep work. So this guy's going to need squares to go underneath it. So can I get squares? I mean, I could just pull some squares straight through here, right up to a merger, right? Yeah, that's easy. So that's like this. It's literally just coming right out. We go up, back down. And we're not merging these yet because we're going to need a, you know, one of these things. And then what about for the other one? The other one's going to need blue squares, which we can get out of these. Because that's just another stacker layer. Oh, here, this one's done. Let's get this one hooked up, and then we'll figure out the blue squares. So this comes out here. We grab a stacker. These are going to be backwards, though, aren't they? It's going to be like that. Yeah, the mushrooms go on top of the squares, and if we double check over here, we should see that the bottom row is correct, and it is. All right, so as I was saying, for this piece, we need to get the blue corners out of this. And then also eventually the red corners, and we can prep that as well. We'll just drop 2 of these in. All right, so if we don't... Here, as always, we just kind of need to clear out the existing cutting stuff. So if we start with a... Oh, this does just make blue squares. Perfect. So that's blue squares currently on the top left. And I think we're going to have to flip those around 180 degrees so they're on the bottom right. Yes. Okay. Do we do that at the blue square extraction? I think so. This game so often tries to be helpful by, like, auto-rotating and auto-snapping things. And half the time I'm already pressing a keyboard shortcut before I realized that it has done that. Alright, this is going to be a little more interesting. Because we got to do some more rotations and some more cuts on this. There we go. And ideally, I think these want to be rotated again as well, so that they're in the top left. Yeah, let's do that as well here. All right, the blues next. It either hasn't updated the design yet or I'm doing something wrong. Both of which are possible. Oh, I see. Right. I forgot we had this funky output here. So this just needs to be taken down to level 1 again. I forgot this was outputting to the top half of the belt. So when we want it to work with this, like, standard module, got to do the right thing. We have some of these that are going to come out wrong because they were already on the belt wrong before I fixed some rotations, but that does look like it is the right shape now. And then it'll be the same thing again. We'll grab another one of these stacking modules, drop it here, take the red piece on top, and that'll be it for Colorful Star. So that's it. That's all the, I think it's time to claim our milestone and unlock painting. Which did unlock a shop item, supposedly. Probably, okay, the fluid tank. So we need green squares, huh? And gray stars. This one's done. Okay, right. We want to keep making this piece. I don't know if it's in a great location. We might want to move it eventually, but like that is... Yeah. That is the operator piece, so we want that one to keep going. And then it'll be this one. Okay. So that just runs in the background for us now. We might end up rebuilding that piece using, you know, other stuff later on. Apparently, I'm looking at the map upside down. For now, though, we need green squares. What's the best way to get green squares? We have green here, and we have squares here. So... Oh, also, the operator piece is broke. One of the belts is broken somewhere. Excuse me? Oh. Well, yeah, that's not going to work. I ran the output through that. Ooh, okay. This is going to be interesting. The question is, can we get this out without needing, and yes, we can. I was going to say without needing the third level of belts, and yes, if we route these here, we can take this up here. I think we can also clean some of this up. Because that connects to there now, that connects to there now. And this one... connects to there. Okay. Cool. Glad we fixed that. That's been running at 75% capacity the whole time. All right, as I was saying, we've got squares, we've got green. So let's start on fluid extraction, and presumably this has the same... Yep. All right. Let's get this last shape for colorful star done. Because, like, this is easy. And if we break these belts, that is the piece. Cool. So we've got color extraction here. And that needs to join up with some square extraction. I don't even know if that's, like, correct. How much paint does each of these make? 300 liters a minute. And we have 16 of them. So one belt is 1,200 liters a minute. Okay. A painter uses 300 liters a minute. Okay. And 30 items per minute. So 4 per belt, 4 per... Okay, so they are ratioed. That's really what I cared about. I probably could have figured that out sooner. Oops. I've done that. It's never fun. Ah, it doesn't quite fit this way. Okay. So, we either need to make this a bigger platform, or I need to figure out how to make this a little more compact. Guess you'll just use water and run up to decalcify. That is always the other option. What if we do this, and then... we've got our belt coming in, and then we've got... pipes on this level? The problem with this is I'm not sure that we can fit all 4 belts through. And we could certainly try. That is... I mean, you will definitely find usage for all of those things. They will not go to waste. You know what? I think I'm going to give up on trying to do this on a single-sized platform. And we're going to call it a 2-sized platform for what we're trying to do. And then we'll have, like... I mean, I do think basically this piece is fine. We just need more space for it. And then probably some shenanigans to get all of our outputs sorted out afterwards, but that's a different issue. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, not this one. Ew. Can I? Oh, can't. Shoot. I didn't correctly copy and paste a thing that I thought I copied. I only deleted it. That's fine. Anyway, I want... Do I want this one? Yes? Yeah, this is fine. So far, anyway. We might want to go one lower with this one. Because then this one comes up into here. And this one comes into here. And then for the outputs... All right, now we just need to figure out all the painting. Hey, there we go. That was way too much effort. I'm not sure I'm going to love this layout like long term, but it does get me what I need, which is the painted green squares. As far as things that are still coming into this system, most of this stuff we don't need anymore. Unfortunately, some things are entangled here. let's get some stuff cleaned up for things that aren't the operator shape. Which I think is this whole thing. And then back to, oh god. Right. Okay. We don't need this part anymore. We don't need this anymore. Obviously, we don't need this anymore. It's already a dead end. We don't need this anymore. Don't need this. This... These are both making, at present, top halves. But if we get rid of these rotators, this makes bottom halves. Okay. Good. And then we just route this. This is purely for routing, because we have to deal with coming in on the bottom half here and then coming out on the top half, because that's how this is built, and I'm not changing it now. All right, so that should keep this running, supplying the red circles. We don't need the bottom part of this anymore. I want to be careful about nuking too much stuff all at once, because I will, like, then not have copies of my designs, and I'll have to start all over again, which is not what we're trying to achieve. Mostly what I care about, I guess, is just cleaning out the inputs to this system, and we can worry about everything else later. There we go. Because I need to be able to bring in the green squares. I don't think any of this matters. So we'll go ahead and route this right in. All right, there's our green squares. I broke a belt again. Oh, I did, indeed. That was just a drag and drop mouse positioning issue. There we go. Now that should be coming in on all 4 lanes. Yes. Beautiful. As far as side missions go, oh, we've got lots of stuff to do. Do we want to start on looking at side missions, or do we want to keep on what I need for the milestone? I mean, we may as well get blue squares going too, right? That's not a big change from existing, like... we take these... And we honestly don't need this much of this here, do we? Blue squares. Beautiful. And let's just merge those in with our green squares. If we put those on floor 2, then we can just merge that into the same belt. Cool. Easy peasy. Blue squares, pinned. I mean, we're going to actually need double blue squares because we also need them for this path. And then green stars. I mean, we could build an extractor for the green stars directly, couldn't we? We just have to reroute. Oh, this belt doesn't do anything anyway. Cool. Oh, that's not right. Mining extensions, thank you. And do I have a place where I'm just extracting a shape as is? It's this one, right? Yeah. No, I'm cutting those ones in half. Oh, this one. There we go. So this... And honestly, for now, I think we do. I think we do that. And then if we come up here, we will have another shape. And we will need more blue paint and another set of blue painted squares relatively soon, but we'll figure that out. I could also replace a bunch of the stuff that's coming in here with another set of, like, blue painted squares. So maybe I should be trying to do that. Maybe I should be trying to get, like, a multi-layer belt of blue squares. Like a saturated space belt of blue squares that we can feed into other things. Because it seems like we need a lot of them, at least right now. All right, well, It's blinking at me. It's like, please spend some of your research credits. I don't wanna. I don't wanna spend my research credits. I should spend some of my research credits. I don't know on what yet, though. Probably the 3rd machine level would be good to get. Because my spaghetti's not spaghetti enough yet. And the different platforms are really the things that I want. Let's grab this. It'll be useful at least for, like, routing, if not for actual factorying yet. But I think for now I'm going to call it here. I am still not feeling well, and I can feel my voice is very tired. And I am very tired. The plan is to be back tomorrow for the Minecraft Skyblock, all the mods, and then back next Tuesday with Pyanodons, and maybe we will make this the Wednesday game for a while, because I haven't really had anything consistent on Wednesdays, so I'm enjoying this, and I definitely want to keep going with it. So let's maybe make it the Wednesday game. So yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Ooh, we got another square. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And especially if you find this because of Shapes and not my other stuff, come say hi if you have not seen me before. So yeah, I think we will definitely find time to play this more in the coming weeks. And I will see everybody next time.